everybody.
Hello.
Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Hi, I'm Alyssa. The name's right down here. I'm the author of the Tower of Memories series, as well as a couple other scattered projects here and there. Mostly YA, mostly fantasy. Bit of fun.
I am Ellie Lieberman. I am the author of a wide variety of books, including novels, novellas, short stories, and illustrated children's books. They all range in genre, and you can find my books pretty much on Amazon, KDP, all that good stuff, except for Water's Edge, which is wide, and on Itch as well.
Nice. I'm Johara Harper. I write queer fantasy, and I'm kind of working on 3 different WIPs right now, so that's fun. I'm working on my Scooby-Doo retelling, which is my first mystery, and first book in a brand new series, Skeleton Bride, which the series name is Tales of the Grim Reaper. And then the third one is part of my Realm of Monsters series. It's a short story collection, which actually Ellie inspired me to write it because she's playing one for her B series. And yeah.
And
I'm sure Ellie's just hearing like more Realm of Monsters, and she's just like, give me.
I mean, Lista especially. But here there's certain short stories in there, especially for us Jolista fans. So that makes me very happy. How many books are you planning in your Skeleton series?
6.
Ooh, that's another one that has. Oh, yes.
We'll see if she actually sticks to this plan, though, before anybody gets too hyped. We'll see if it turns out to be more.
I know, because honestly, my Realm of Monsters series was supposed to be a trilogy, and then somehow I ended up with 10 novellas, a short story collection, and a prequel trilogy still to be written.
Which I'm also looking forward to.
So, just like, I was not expecting all this. It was literally supposed to be 3 books, and now it's a lot of
So
books.
what I'm hearing is that this is going to be like 20 books then, right?
Yes, probably.
I totally understand that the B series was literally supposed to just be B, and then it morphed into what is about 4 books. We'll see if the second one needs to be split up, and the short story collection and a fairy tale collection as well. So yeah.
It's okay. Tower of Memories did the same thing. The first school year was supposed to be just one like decent sized book, and now it's 6. But it's fine.
Wonderful.
Honestly,
and I'm just starting off with quite the oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Because I sent my first few chapters of year 2 to Ellie, and yeah.
It's going to be an emotional roller coaster because the end of year 1, oh my god, you need fluffy blankets and a whole bunch of comfort tea. But then year 2 opens up and you're like, oh my gosh, it is so much more than I thought it was going to be.
And what's funny about that is I was like, oh no, it's going to be so obvious who it's going to be. And then you read, you're like, wait, what? No, no.
Oh yeah.
But it was worth it.
I just keep doing this. Like, my Jasmine Perez series was originally going to be a trilogy, and then I ended up making a prequel, and now there's actually a sequel that I actually started and put on hold that has to do with Jasmine's daughter. And then my Chris's Life duology has a duology with a different main character, and I just can't stop. I just come up with more and more ideas, like prequels, ideas, sequel ideas, and I just can't stop.
There's so much to your world, though. I mean, it kind of lends itself to being able to explore so many different facets of it.
That's true.
So, sometimes these things are just like... I'm working on chapter 11 of year 2, because that's where I'm at. So I'm going to be doing some evil stuff, for sure.
Is this need more fluffy blankets and comfort tea evil stuff, or?
I don't know, but the previous chapter was kind of heart-wrenching in a way.
Aww.
Because it's hard to give specific details without risking spoilers, but I'll say this. There was a talk last chapter that's been a long time in the making between both of those characters. And I'll just leave it at that. Lots of
I think I know what
skills
characters.
was touched on. I'll frame it like that.
Yeah.
The thing that happened.
What's your prediction, Johara?
For the characters, probably Seraphina and her mom.
Oh, that's a good guess.
I mean, they had a couple heart-to-hearts earlier in the book. You know, when Seraphina was home.
That's true.
Nice. How about you, Ellie? What are you working on?
I have no idea. It might be book 4 of the B series when morning comes. It might be the pirate story I've got going on that I'm calling 7 Years Love that I'm kind of excited about. I'm gonna just see which characters speak to me.
Nice.
That's cool.
I was debating on my Monster Realm short stories or my Skeleton Bride book. I think I decided on my Monster Realm short stories. I've been working on that for the past hour or so, and I'm kind of into it right now, especially because Skeleton Pride probably won't be published until next year, but this book I kind of want published this year, so I'm trying to finish it. I am working on a story. She's so excited.
She's looking at you like you just promised her all the candy in the world.
I'm working on a story where you've learned more about Isabella's father and her parents' love story. And that gets a bit, I don't know the right wording, but let's just say it's kind of heartbreaking in some ways, their story. Alyssa helped me a little bit avoid a plot hole with this story. In the writing Discord, and my mom helped me some with this story because I was a bit stuck on this story and how I wanted it to go. But I'm excited with how it's going. It also introduces a new kind of magic as well. So that's always fun, more world building. And after this story's done, right? I think I'm going to work on the Joan Underworld story. So
yes!
That's definitely going to need blankets.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's gonna be heartbreaking in so many ways.
So many fluffy blankets.
So be prepared, Ellie.
I will have my tissues at hand.
But I think it will be, even though it'll be heartbreaking in some ways, I think it'll be good too, because I feel like Kalisa never truly got closure, and I feel like this will finally give her that closure.
That's good.
Yeah. It's sometimes you have to scrub a wound till it cleans, till it bleeds a little bit to get all the dead tissue out, and then you can start to heal. That's kind of what last chapter for me had, was some of that. Let's give some characters some closure about a thing that's been haunting both characters for a little while.
When Morning Comes is very much focused on the element of healing after all I've put these characters through. And there's a lot of that as well, with certain moments and certain characters that definitely deserve to have a little bit of resolve from that stuff.
That's good for them.
Your characters will do somehow.
Look, after everything I put Seraphina through, she deserves a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Not much of one. She's not going to get much of one. But it's it's something.
But, I imagine with the Underworld story, there's also a bit of healing a bit for, Roxanne, too. Because I know she's, in Queen of Monsters, there's that feeling of, hey, she's starting this relationship with this person who had this unresolved thing in their relationship with this other person, and being made to feel like she, I don't know, more confident in her relationship, maybe, is what I'm imagining. Yeah. I don't know if that's the right wording, but...
Yeah, especially since I've been imagining that Roxanne's probably going to get a big old stamp of approval from Joan, and that, might help a little bit.
Yeah.
To have, an outsider who she knows is going to care about Kalisa's well-being, to be like, you're worthy. You're enough.
Yeah. There's definitely going to be a lot of mixed feelings where everybody's concerned because, like, Kalista obviously, like, she has this relationship with Roxanne and she's fallen for her, but obviously she will always have feelings for Joan as well. So there's this mixed feelings there. Plus Roxanne, she will get confident as the story goes on, but at first she's like a little jealous because it's like, here's Jo, the person that she was kind of competing with a ghost for so long, and now she's here. And then with Joan, it's like, yeah, she definitely is gonna approve of Roxanne because Ellie said that they're actually a little bit similar in some ways.
Oh, I mean,
Kalista has a type.
And she will love the way that Roxanne makes Kalista happy, but at the same time, it's gonna be hard for her to watch Kalista, the person she loves, with somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense.
well, especially if Kalista has changed over the centuries, which I'm sure she probably has a little bit, just by nature of how much time has passed.
Yeah, she's changed a lot.
It is kind of strangely bittersweet to see someone you thought you once knew, and then you see them again, but they're not quite how you remembered them, because, life can change a person.
Yeah.
I'm imagining there's some of that with certain characters in Towers of Memory.
Oh yeah, there's. I mean, they've touched on it a little bit, but the depth of it hasn't hit either of them yet.
Yeah. Plus, you have everything with like Lucinda reconnecting with her friend group. So.
The scene where they're at like the little picnic table with Russell's family was cute. That will never not be cute.
Oh, that was so well done.
That chapter nearly killed me though, because it's so long. It's the longest chapter in this whole freaking series. It's 4K words, and I'm just like,
you know what? That chapter went by so quick for me. I think because you have such.
I could have added another 3K to it if I'd wanted to, but I was just like drained at the end of it. And then the Jarek chapter comes right after, and it was gonna almost be a monster of its own. I'm like, nope, I'm nipping this in the bud. We are not having two gigantic monster chapters right next to each other. I will go insane. So,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
But to do that, I had to change the location of it, but it was worth it.
Yeah. I'm feeling that right now because, like, I don't want my short stories to be too long, but, like, my Underworld one is probably going to be a bit longer because there's so much that has to do with everything. Yeah. And then this one is turning out a bit longer than I was originally expecting because this isn't much of a spoiler, but the new magic that's introduced is basically memory jumping. Ooh. So Isabella is jumping through Astoria's memories of her relationship with her father. So she's getting to see their love story through Astoria's memories. And there's just so much memories from how they met to them starting to be a relationship to I'm not going to say that because that's too much of a spoiler, but let's say the problems that happens. So
go on. The spoiler you said?
No spoilers. See how she's trying to get spoilers out of me?
It's what she lives for.
I do. Right? I live
for both of us, honestly.
Well, if you guys didn't write such amazing characters and stories and all that great stuff.
Well, the problem with Ellie is that I just dropped a bombshell at the beginning of year 2, and she's like, I need to know how this plays out. And I was like, not yet.
Talk about dropping a bombshell. I'm going to give you up until the bombshell to read, Ellie.
Because they're evil. And also, I really wanted to make sure that, the plot twist landed as I intended it to before I got too far ahead. But I think it works out pretty well. All right.
As a reader, I'm like, I need more now.
I feel that. I am still waiting for book 4, Miss Ellie.
Yeah.
I need that book like a month ago.
In my defense, part 1 of book 4 is like 230 pages. So
how many parts?
I'm guessing there's going to be 3, but I don't really know.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well,
gonna be
yeah, I'm kind of in that space too. Like, I just finished 10 chapters, which is normally about my quarter way through mark, because most of my books are about 40 chapters long. And this is at 24K words. So, this could be an absolute monster if this spirals any further.
excellent. I will
Because
take
I want to point out the rest of the dragons are still not at the school yet. It's
Oh,
just those two. We are
really?
still on that same day.
What do
I'm
you
hoping this will be the last chapter of this same day, but like, oh boy.
what are you putting them through before the other dragons
Okay. In my defense, most of them from chapter 7 through 10 is, Seraphina doing the welcome to the school orientation thing, tour, talk with the principal about the thing, and like chapter 10 is basically them at lunch after all of that, kind of like talking out some issues and some stuff that happened,
Of course.
things involving backstories.
So I don't have to worry about any more giant spiders?
No, his first day has gone a lot smoother than Seraphina's has. Which is not a high bar, but have to have standards somewhere. It's we did get to see his summon,
Yeah.
which is fun.
Ooh. Did you Never mind. Never mind.
I shared a
Well,
snippet that's referring to his summon, so if
I was wondering about that.
yeah,
I have Bow and Blade and book 5 of Towers of Memories. I'm so excited to start them both. Like I've been waiting for these for like ever. Okay, I'm so excited to start them. I'm gonna be
I
starting
am
them this
so
week.
ready for you to hit the big plot twist of book 5. I am so excited for that.
I'm so scared.
Well,
Oh
not
my
plot
God,
twist,
book
plot
5.
reveal. The big reveal. Yeah,
Oh.
the reveal that gives the book its title, The Girl in Red. Yeah.
So
She knows, and she's just like, you're not ready.
Book 6 the one right before year 2? Like book 6 is the one that, or is that
Book
book
6 is the end of the first school year and the one where the end of the school year. Book 5 is mostly centered around the red reveal.
Right. Okay. Cool. Yes. Sorry. I honestly,
No, you're fine.
series, I sometimes can't keep which book it happened in straight, and it's just sort of like
Yeah,
all
same.
one.
I have that problem too. It's okay. Well, I mean, they are kind of meant to be read all together, so that's part of the problem. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Plus, I think you have such great continuation from one book to the next that it's like so seamlessly glided in.
Yeah.
Like, to be completely honest with you, Johara, your series 2, I could not tell you necessarily which book certain things happen in, just that I know it happens in the series.
It's okay. I have to double check sometimes too.
When I sent you the Jolista pictures and you were guessing which scenes they were from, you were spot on pretty much all of them.
Good, I feel better. I was so worried.
I
was like,
yeah, it's just not when exactly they happened.
Well,
But,
I can't wait, Ellie. I can't wait for you to find out about Isabella's parents because I'm having a blast with this and there's love story, especially with what I'm planning. Like, it's gonna be heartbreaking, okay? And I'm so excited for your thoughts on the reveal on like why, because there's this one scene that I wrote just today where Isabella was like, their love story seems so sweet. I wonder why my mom never wanted to tell me about my dad. Well, you find out why.
Ooh. Ooh.
It's always heart-wrenching to get that one extra detail that really fills in the rest of why a character has reacted to something a specific way. Because sometimes it just takes one little piece and you're like, oh, that's what's been going on.
Yeah.
No wonder you're like this.
That was definitely with Kalista. Like, after learning, like, in The Vampire's Creation, you see there's like 10 chapters back to back. That's literally just her flashback, okay? Like, literally 10 chapters right in a row that's just her flashback. But then you learn more about her in the novellas, especially in the last one, finding out just how Caleb treated her in like the worst ways possible. Like so much is revealed, and it's like after putting it all together, like, oh my gosh, this is why Kalista is the way she is.
Yeah, you want to talk about compounded trauma. Ooh.
I've never put a character through half as much as I put Kalista through. Okay, she deserves a break.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Serafina's just getting started, but you know, it's.
Well, when you meet Kalista, all the bad things that already happened to her, so you know, you kind of see her in the aftermath, and then you see in like prequels or flashbacks like the stuff that made her this way. So Kalista's story was a bit different. Like Serafina, you're seeing it as it happened. Kalista, most of the bad stuff that happened to her already happened.
Yeah. It's. I mean, yeah.
There's
one bad thing that's happened to Serafina that we still don't have complete details on, that I finally filled out some more information on in the last chapter. And that was rough. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, once you start to realize what actually went down, you're like, oh. No wonder she decided to make that particular decision.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
But as authors,
it'll be good for her in the long term.
Yeah. As authors, we give our characters trauma.
Yes, we do.
I mean, yeah. If they were living happily, the normal, happy, healthy lives where nothing went wrong, they wouldn't be fun book characters. Things need to go wrong for interesting stuff to happen.
And I don't think I have it in me to write the cozy, comfy genre. Every time I try to write anything, it's just like, let me show you some darkness.
Honestly,
what happens to me is I somehow end up with like one foot in each camp. Like, there's some chapters where if I just showed those in isolation, you'd be like, this is not a cozy story. And other ones, you're like, oh, this is the coziest story ever. It's like, it's both.
Like, my Jasmine Perez series and the Curses Life series, like, they definitely had dark things happen, but they were not as, like, Realm Monsters was 10 times darker. Not only was the main character a lot different than the main characters in those, but also, like, I actually added some really, really, really dark things in the Realm Monsters universe. Like, just so dark. I was even surprised with half the darkness I added. I was like, man, what's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to get some writing done?
I think so. As ready as I'm ever going to be.
Yeah. I'm kind of feeling that.
Okay, so how about we sprint until 30 after?
Sounds good. See you then.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. How'd it go?
Huh?
How'd it go?
It went pretty well. I feel like I made a good amount of progress. We're getting into the next memory or two should be when the trouble between the couple starts. So that's going to be fun. Lots and lots of
Always fun.
drama.
Oh yeah, lots of fun.
How did you guys do?
I'm pretty happy with where I'm at so far.
That's good.
Yeah.
Ellie, which book did you decide to work on?
The pirate story.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah.
Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
How far are you in it?
Oh, not far at all. At all. I don't think I even have like 3 pages yet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I have some scattered notes on my phone about different scenes that are gonna come up, but I don't even know when those
It's
scenes
a
are.
start.
Yeah.
Gotta start somewhere.
And it's a really fun dynamic with these characters, because you've got these 2 pirates who love each other and are in a relationship, but like the main character really messed something up horribly and is trying to make it right. And so
Aww.
it's a kind of a fun dynamic to explore that aspect of.
Nice.
Especially because at this point she returns to the ship with a treasure she's just recently gotten and is immediately greeted with this, like, I need to look up ship terms, but essentially this, like, beam that smacks into her and has her dangling over the water. And there's, her love who's just, like, tapping her foot, arms folded, very unamused. And she's just like, ah, there's my fearsome tempest. Hi. So
I already love this dynamic.
Yeah. The 2 characters who have just spent the past few chapters kind of stuck with each other have kind of decided to split apart for a little while. Basically, he's like, I have to go call my new family because I promised them I would. And she's like, okay, cool. I have to call Celica, otherwise she's going to be very mad at me. So that's about where I ended up, was Celica basically answering the mirror. Because she's like, I want details. If you get a new dragon, I need details. You're going to tell me everything. So Seraphina has to now explain the situation to Celica.
Oh.
Which is going to be funny, because I know Celica's reaction already. She's going to hear all of this and just kind of lean back and just watch this drama unfold with popcorn. She lives for this.
Sounds about right.
As any good friend would.
I mean, if she thought, this something bad was going to happen to Seraphina as a result, she'd intervene. But she's just like, nope, I'm just going to watch this happen.
What's really funny about that is the fact that Seraphina has sort of taken that as, like, her response to everybody else's drama. Yeah, I'm not touching that. Oh, no, they have more relationship drama. I'm staying out of that. And so to have a character sort of do it to her is kind of...
Here's the thing, right? These kinds of reactions is why they're here. Let's be honest.
It's a dragon.
There's a reason they're where they are. But I mean, also part of it is Seraphina kind of picking and choosing what to get involved in. She doesn't want to get involved in something she doesn't think she can help, basically. And she's like, I don't know anything about romantic relationships. I'm not getting involved because I will just make things worse.
That's fair.
I don't know if that's actually always true, but that's how she feels.
I just ended where I left off, was like the end of this one memory where Astoria had shown Xavier, that's Isabella's dad's name, the monster realm for the first time, and also told him that she loved him for the first time. And yeah, they kind of got interrupted by Kalista and Rain, and that's when Kalista and Rain find out that she's seeing a human, which they're obviously have mixed feelings about, because a lot of humans can't be trusted. But it kind of ends with like she says, I love you, and he says, there's something I have to tell you. And then, she ends up giving him the portal amulet so that he can visit her, and that's kind of where the memory left off. And this is where drama's going to issue. I don't want to say too much more because it's huge spoilers.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's going to be so much drama in Dragon Tower later once people actually meet.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You have no idea. Ellie has idea because she knows, but it's because there's one dragon in particular that new guy is going to have beef with, and it's going to be a problem. And I'm excited.
Oh, there's in the tower. There's somebody in particular he's going to have beef with. Oh, is this?
Yeah, maybe what you're thinking.
I have two in mind that I'm thinking are the ones he's going to have beef with, but I don't know if that's like.
Well, I'll frame it like this. There is one dragon who basically has everything he ever wanted as far as like relationship with a specific character is concerned. So there are going to be problems there.
Okay. I think I got which one it might be.
Yeah. So that's
going to be really interesting because it's like the first time you're actually seeing beef within this tower. Like the first book, there's so much of them like coming together and forming a group, and so now
that's another part of why adding this specific character into this dynamic is going to be so much fun, because he's going to cause drama in a bunch of different ways. It's great.
Which has to be absolutely delicious to write. And as a reader, I feel like I'm going to be reading it between my fingers.
I'm kind of in the same headset as Celica about this. I'm just going to watch this happen with popcorn and delight.
Honestly, right now...
You go ahead first, Johara.
I was going to say, honestly, right now, like, Isabella's in a lot of turmoil, which is fun because I feel like she can be a side character in a lot of ways,
I can see that.
And we mostly got to see either her relationship with Kalista, Henry, or Jeremy, because that's like Kalista's like, I guess like an aunt-y figure to her. Jeremy's her boyfriend, and then Henry's her brother. So that's mostly what we got to see. And now seeing her like turmoil and her have her own story arc with finding out the truth about her parents and also by finding out the truth about her parents, she's finding out something about herself, which is going to be very funny. Like I said, I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say, Ellie, this is going to be very funny with the way she treated Roxanne in the beginning.
Oh, nice.
Yes. So it's just going to be very interesting.
Roxanne's going to rub that in her face, but as a reader, we can delight in that.
Well, I don't think Roxanne's even going to be in this short story. So far, it's mostly Isabella, but Jeremy was in it, and then so is Henry, because other than Kalista, they're like the closest ones to her. But yeah, let's just say she finds out a lot about herself and finding out the truth about what happened between her parents. There's a lot of mixed emotions, and now she feels lost. She's like, I just found out this huge thing about myself, so I don't even know who I am anymore, sort of thing. So it's very interesting to see this story arc with Isabella, because I feel like we haven't really gotten that kind of side of her yet.
Yeah. The new guy, as I'm going to keep calling him, because reasons, is kind of dealing with something kind of similar. His life has been in turmoil the past few years, and now he doesn't really know what to do with himself anymore. Then this has happened, and he's still like completely out of balance. Because it's one thing to find out new stuff about yourself, but it's another when you realize that maybe large parts of your life are a lie on some level.
That's how
Yeah.
Isabella is feeling right now. Oh my gosh, our characters are in the same boat.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fun arc to have a character on.
I forget what I was going to say.
Do you guys want to get some more writing done?
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. How about 20 after?
Sounds good.
Okay.
See you all on the other
See
side.
you after. Happy
See
writing.
you on the other side.
Hello.
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 How did you guys' sprints go?
Pretty good.
Well, almost on the scene.
Yay!
How about you?
It went pretty well, actually. I did have to go back and add a scene, but I finished that scene, so now I'm back where I left off. And yeah, it went pretty well.
Cool.
The drama is happening as we speak.
Nice.
Good. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be heartbreaking. Isabella, she's like going through these memories in her while she's asleep. So she woke up and she asked Jeremy if there was a way to like change the potion so that she can get her father's perspective too, because she's pretty sure he's hiding something.
Oh.
And that's where the drama ensues, seeing his perspective and what he's up to.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Very interesting.
Yay, drama.
But that's all you're getting out of me. No spoilers.
Yeah.
Darn.
We got it wasn't a long phone call, but we got the whole call with Celica. So she finally has dialogue in this book. That's 3 out of 4 down. So, yeah, and Seraphina explained, and Celica's just like, oh boy, this is going to be a fun year for me.
And
Seraphina's just like,
yeah,
please.
thanks.
Yeah.
Right.
Seraphina's just like, why are my friends all the worst?
I love their dynamic.
Yeah.
They're the best, worst friends ever.
Oh, absolutely. What are friends for if they can't rag on you every once in a while, right?
I mean, Celica knows enough of the story to anticipate some of what's about to go down once everybody meets. So she's just like, oh boy. Oh boy. But she's also kind of amazed by how ridiculous Seraphina's luck is, just at times. Because she's just like, how bad are the odds of this happening? What is wrong with you? But, yeah.
It's fun to write unlucky characters. I think it was when Johara was reading An Impossible Dream that there was one time you tweeted out, why is it always Sarah?
Honestly, yes, I think I remember that because I was just reading that book and I was like, what is wrong with this girl? Like, she had the worst luck.
Yeah, I mean, even her friend Elsby at times, which I think Elsby and Celica would get along really well. Like,
Honestly,
Celica's the character that Elsby would be like, yes, she is my favorite. But, Elsby says because Sarah keeps saying she has bad luck and she's a bit of a jinx, and even Elsby at one point is like, geez, you really are jinxed, aren't you?
honestly, Elsby and Sarah's dynamic reminds me of Seraphina and Celica's dynamic.
I could see that.
It's great. I love it, but yeah.
What I also love is the idea of how similar Seraphina and Celica are to their mothers, and this idea that you can kind of see how their mothers might have been with each other based off of Celica and Seraphina.
And what's adding to that is, especially now at this phase of her life, Seraphina is acting way more like her mom than she normally does. I mean, no one said it out loud yet, but everybody's noticed. At least everybody who met Lucinda.
Well, it's kind of funny too, because I think one of the things I really appreciate about your writing is the way you showcase that in the tiny gestures that they sometimes do, or even there's every once in a while this one thought that's like, oh wow, that's way more like her mother than I think she even realizes.
Yeah, I don't think it's clicked in her head yet that that's how she's behaving, but Vivian's definitely noticed. Which makes a scene with her kind of funny, because we kind of almost see what they were like when we get to see a bit of Vivian's mom mode a little bit.
Honestly, Seraphina, she's definitely everyone when they met her dad were like, wow, you really do take after your dad. But I think there was always some things, even from the beginning, that you could see her mom in her, like the fact that she always gets so annoyed that her mom is always like has all these secrets, keeping things from her, but then she does this exact same thing to the dragons. She only tells them what she wants to, and it's like her mom does the exact same thing to her, and it annoys her, and yeah, she's doing it too.
She's trying to get better. The problem is she's been trained all her life to not tell people the whole story.
True.
So it's so hard to her to snap out of that like mindset. So yeah, Seraphina's relationship with the whole truth is complicated.
I mean, that is completely fair, and
yeah, I mean,
character development and fun to read.
Yeah.
It's understandable that she is this way. I don't know if it was, I mean, I wouldn't call her situation fair, but it's just like, yeah, that situation's going to produce this kind of person. That's just the reality.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to learning what a character has been through to be like, oh, that explains you. In When Morning Comes, I feel like Gracelyn in particular is one of those characters that readers are like, oh, okay, and then they find out what she's been through and they're like, oh, wow, okay, that explains that whole package.
Yeah, there's reasons these characters are like this.
Yeah.
Which is good because I feel like their behavior prompts that question a lot.
Yeah. But it's a good way to like kind of keep readers engaged too, I think, to like try to riddle out who these people are and what's going on and why.
Yeah. There's a lot going on with some of the relationships that are being put into motion now because like we've heard a bit about this character so far, but now that they're here and on page, it's like, okay, now we understand why Seraphina views things this way, or why she has this perception of herself and of like friendships as a whole. If this was like her starting point, like now it makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see what this new dragon is able to sort of reveal to the other characters about Seraphina in the interactions. This is me trying not to give spoilers, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's
I sound pained. It's because I'm trying to be very careful.
Yeah, I'm in the same like. I want to talk about the thing, but I can't talk about certain aspects of the thing.
Yeah,
there's definitely an element of that planned, especially like once they like see a proper exchange between these two, and you're just like, oh, that's gonna be a problem, probably. Because because there's things he can perceive that nobody else notices, or at least doesn't notice to the same degree, because he has a bit of an advantage in that regard. So, I mean, Celica's already excited about this, but it's just like, oh boy. And Seraphina's kind of low-key desperate for him to transfer out into a different tower because she's like, I don't know if you staying here is a good idea, because of all of the reasons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But if he was the type of person to take up that kind of offer, he wouldn't been picked by Dragon in the first place. So he's not going anywhere.
It's kind of fun to see how much you can pile on characters sometimes. Like the idea that you've got all this stuff going on and then you're like, emotional turmoil. How much more can we push this? Let's add a little bit more of this stuff to it. And it's kind of interesting to see, how much you could pile on a character before they break.
Yeah, Seraphina's stress levels are not doing okay. And we might get to see her snap a little bit at people in this book. I'm excited for it. Because there's only so much nonsense she's going to be able to take from the others. especially if two of them spend the whole book arguing with each other.
One thing I loved about introducing Rain in the Vampire's Creation, for one point, I just love the character. They were such a fun character. Allie loves them too. But also, they're one of the only people that has known Kalista for so long. It was like Kalista was always very secretive. Like nobody really knew much about her past except for the few people that were in her past. And so when Rain shows up, they know things about Kalista that even Kalista's closest friends and family don't know. And it was such a fun dynamic because they know all these things about Kalista that nobody else knows, and adding them to the story was so much fun.
Oh my god, their banter. I tend to read a lot really late at night in bed. And
we noticed.
Yeah, sorry about all the late messages. The amount of times I have to try to stifle my laughter to not wake my fiance who has work in the morning is ridiculous. The banter between Rain and Kalista, I was dying. It was so great.
Banter's always fun. It's what I live for, honestly.
Oh my god. And you both are just so brilliant with it. It is so delightful.
I feel like they're both very sarcastic and very witty, which made it fun.
And they're so perfectly evenly matched. It's like in the later novellas especially, you've always had with Joan that dynamic of the banter and the fact that Joan could always keep up. But in the last few novellas, when Joan gets sassy and then you get Kalista's sarcasm, it reminded me of that with Rain and Kalista too, and just that idea of, and the dragons too, where their wit and everything is so evenly matched at times, where it's just so funny and delightful to read.
This is one reason why I'm so excited. I mean, I'm excited for the fourth book in B for so many reasons, but one is because I can tell that this is gonna be that's gonna be the dynamic between Ari and Elspie, and I'm here for it. They're one of the biggest reasons why I'm excited for this book. Okay, Ari was one of my favorite characters, and we haven't really got to see her since the first book. Okay, so I'm excited to see her again because I fell in love with her. Okay,
it's been nice to write her again.
But also, her and Elspie is a dynamic I have been waiting for. It's a dynamic I never knew I needed until I knew I was gonna get it. And then I was like, you know what? I need this yesterday. Okay, I want to see them. I want to see their interaction so badly, and I just know that kind of witty, sarcastic dynamic that we were just talking about is gonna be them. I can just tell, and I'm so excited.
I have their first meeting already written out, and I should send it to you because I'm so delighted by it, and it means so much that you're looking forward to their dynamic because it's so much fun to write.
Yes, I'm so excited. I just they're two of my favorite characters in your B series. Okay, they are probably they're just two of my favorite characters, and I love them. And to see them together, especially knowing how they both are, you're gonna be feeding me. Okay, I'm so ready.
That means so much. Thank you. I had a lot of fun writing the banter in A Dance of Bow and Blade.
Oh, I can't wait for that one too.
You've got this Robin Hood character and her Merry Thieves, which are great. And then when you get Robin and Art going together, I had a lot of fun with the banter and the teasing and the flirting and stuff like that.
Can't wait for that. I have fun with Kalista and Roxanne, especially in The Queen of Monsters. Roxanne really got this confidence boost, and she started being sarcastic and sassy towards her as well as flirty, especially near the end when Kalista was truly opening up to her, in the last half of the book, when Kalista and her were actually really becoming something. Their flirty banter, there was one scene, this was closer to the end, around the time they were actually getting together, when they were Kalista was teaching Roxanne some sword fighting and stuff, and they were sword fighting, and they got so flirty during it, and I love that
was such a great scene.
Why write a sword fight between the main love interests if they're not going to be flirting the whole time? That's the point.
I did a post recently about a Dance of Bone Blade because I've been doing character artwork for it, and it's about like when dancing turns into this, and it
Oh, I
is
saw
art
that.
behind Robin with a knife at her throat, and it's like when sword fighting turns into this, and it's Robin straddling art, holding her wrists above her head. And it's just like that pretty much sums up the entire dynamic in the book.
Sounds
So
delightful.
It was a delight to write.
And I also having fun writing some of Kalista and Roxanne in these short stories because they are in a few of the short stories. Because I feel like with Kalista needing some time before they could get together, like she needed some more healing before her and Roxanne could have a healthy relationship. We didn't really get to see much of them as a couple. That like happened at like the very end. So seeing them as a little bit of a couple, obviously we'll get the Joan story arc, which will be more angst than anything, honestly, a little bit. But but we also get some sweet moments like we have I already wrote the one where Roxanne takes Kalista to meet her family. That was a lot of fun. Because you also don't really get to see Roxanne's family except for that one chapter at the very beginning of Realm Monsters. So seeing more of her dynamic with her entire family and seeing Kalista with them, I loved writing that. But I'm also planning one that has to do with Roxanne's birthday, and Kalista wants to plan her a special day because Roxanne has done so much for her, and I'm like so excited for that chapter as well.
Aww,
Especially
that's
because
adorable.
Lisa is so good at that stuff. Oh my gosh.
Yes, I kind of want it to rival the Day of the parallel the Day of the Dead party as well a little bit with how much preparation Roxanne did for Kalista, and I kind of want Kalista to have like the same thing where she just wants this day to be perfect and stuff.
That is so awesome.
Aww.
It's fun to write different dynamics, like an established couple rather than one who are just starting to fall in love, and the differences there. It's really, really interesting, really fun. The different things you can explore and
oh yeah, it's definitely fun when you have like been established for a while, so they have like that not quite telepathy, but like that not always needing to be verbal communication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You get snippets of that with Seraphina's parents in this book.
Seraphina's parents. Oh my god, I love the two of them together.
They're so cute.
I promise there's at least one cute scene with them in this book.
Ooh, I'm excited. I do love their relationship.
He's also just he's such a great dad. Like
he is. He's such a sweetheart.
A guy. You don't get to see a lot of that in like media and literature and everything, and it's just
I just get sick of the like dead or awful parents trope, and I'm like,
yeah.
Is there any way to have like so decent parents?
Yeah.
I have this one story planned. It has to do with witches and covens and stuff. Okay, I did start the first book, but I have it on hold. I've had it on hold for a while because I wanted to finish like the skeleton series first, because that is going to be less books, because I'm planning at least 10 books in this witch coven series. So I wanted it to wait, but lately the characters have been calling to me, and I'm trying to tell them to wait your turn. I don't think they want to wait, but
yeah.
like they're calling me, okay? But there's this one character, okay? Like out of the 4 like major characters, he's the only guy out of the 4 of them, and he's like such a green flag, okay? Like I'm actually so excited to get that story out there for people to see it, because he is such a green flag. He's such a healthy guy, and like I have so many things planned for him to do with this one character, the things he does for her, and like I'm just so excited for people to see him and his dynamic with this one character in particular, because he's just such a good guy, and I agree, because I feel like there's so many times where we don't see that, where there's like the toxic male character, this and everything. It's like, why can't we get any green flags over here? Like, why can't we have a generally good guy who's just such a kind, sweet soul. And so that's what I was trying to do with this character. And like the stuff I have
Nice.
planned, I'm so excited because he's just gonna be like such a great guy, and I'm so excited for his story.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, Victor has to be a giant green flag because, like, if he sucked, then Lucinda's character would break.
Yeah,
Because
I can see that.
you don't go through what she went through and not have particular opinions about what makes a good husband and father. Just gotta throw that out there.
Yeah, that's true. It was it's one of the things I'm really enjoying about writing when morning comes is you get to finally meet Mulvinius, who is mentioned in Where the Heart Is, and like you find out he really is as wonderful as Clary thought he was, and it's just been so nice to get to write that type of character, especially because of like the way he interacts with like Fra and Sarah and all of them.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy I'm finally gonna meet him because he seemed like a good guy from Clary's perspective, and to finally see him, and I would love to see his interactions with like Fra, especially just because Clary kind of took Fra under, under her wing and stuff, and like she definitely thought of him as a son, and I think he definitely thought of her as like a mother, and I kind of want to see how he's feeling about her death as well. Like we saw some of Henry's feeling in the first book, but I feel like Fra loved Clary so much.
Fra's got especially like also combined with the end of the Fra's going through it. He is having quite.
No, my poor baby.
So,
but you did a good job with a healthy love interest too with Fra. Like,
thank you.
Like in An Impossible Dream, him and Sarah were so adorable. And one of the scenes that really stuck out to me was, the scene that made Sarah end up having to leave. Because like the way he was like, "Are you sure about this?" Because he knew the dangers and he didn't want to take, because he very well could have taken advantage. Kind of like I can't remember his name. But what that guy did to Elsby.
Oh yeah,
Fra's brother. And it's like he very well could take advantage because he is royalty, but he would never do something like that. And he wanted to make sure that this was something Sarah actually wanted to do. And I just thought that was so sweet how he was trying to get her permission to move things forward in the relationship. And it was so adorable.
Thank you. Because consent is sexy. And
yes.
But it was also because you have this dynamic between them where she is a servant and he is a prince in this castle. It was really, really important to like be like, this is consensual, like trying to, because like you were saying, could very easily have turned into something
else. It would not take much to make that an unhealthy situation.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm glad that came across as very healthy, because I wanted there to be that you're in control of the situation, and the minute you say no, my hands are up and I'm backing away.
And that's definitely Fra. Like, he is such a sweetheart. And I just love the relationship. Like, he was always so afraid to even speak because he was made fun of because of his stutter. But Sarah was just so patient with him. Like, she would not interrupt him. Like, she would wait for him to get out what he wanted to say. And it was just so adorable in all aspects. And I loved every bit of it.
That means a lot. Thank you.
Adorable.
They're fun to write in when morning comes, too, especially because for the first time they can be, like, have public displays of affection and be with each other. So they're kind of learning how to do that.
That's exciting.
And having to reconnect after a year and stuff like that as well on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like healthy relationships, I feel like there's so many times in media and stuff where you see a toxic relationship, and it's like, it's very important to have these healthy relationships. That's something I took in mind when I was writing like Lisa and Joan. Like, I definitely wanted them to. Oh yeah, I definitely wanted the communication to be there, like their whole story arc in the Forbidden novella, where she it's like they loved each other, but Joan didn't feel like she could go against her father, and Callista was like, I get why, but I can't do this because it hurts too much. And I just felt like that communication was very important. I also hate the miscommunication trope, so I wanted them to be communicated.
Yeah.
One of the
I
things.
I
Sorry, go
may
ahead.
have to dip my toes into miscommunication for a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. Well, it's not so much miscommunication as it is a person not getting all the facts right away before jumping to conclusions.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I think
It's
there's a
okay.
way. I think there's a way to handle even the most like the miscommunication trope can be like it's all. I think it's all in how you. Wow, I can't talk. I'm so sorry. I think it's all in how you handle it.
Yes.
Right? Like, I mean, there are some tropes that I'm like, wow, I don't like this trope, and then I wind up doing it, and it's sort of like, well, I kind of like the way I did it.
Yeah.
I read a book that's like, normally I'm not into this, but I kind of like this, the way you're handling that and that kind of stuff.
I
Yeah.
think it just entirely depends on, on execution. Also on,
Well
the
put.
setup of why they aren't communicating fully or what's not coming through.
I definitely think it's how it's done, because I feel like even the worst tropes can be done right, and even the best tropes can be done wrong.
And
Absolutely.
there's a reality to miscommunication as well, especially when you're in a friendship or in a relationship with somebody. I mean, there's plenty of times where, for instance, my fiance and I are trying to have a conversation and communication is going like this. And
Those
then
wires
it's like,
are just
wait a
not
minute,
connecting.
we're saying the same thing, right? Like, so yeah, I think there's a reality to some of this stuff too.
Yeah.
I think it just depends on how it's done. Because I've seen it so many times on media where it's just like there was no reason for there to be miscommunication. But I feel like sometimes there can be a reason for the miscommunication. It's just all about like why.
So like, oh my god. So for instance, in like Six of Crows, or I guess it's Shadow and Bone on Netflix, there's like those moments when Jesper completely messes up with Wylan.
Yes!
And like he realizes he messes up and the face he makes, like, ooh, that did not come out right?
Yeah.
Or like, ooh, that did not work. And I think
that moment when you just like when a sentence leaves your mouth and you're like, that was not the correct thing to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I have a moment like that in A Dance of Bow and Blade where one of the characters says something, and as soon as it's out of her mouth, she's like, oh, shoot.
Seraphina has those moments a few times. She's like, that was not how that should have been phrased. What am I doing? Yeah.
Like,
no, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I know that I've seen people say that they don't like the chosen one trope. I like the trope. I feel like it can be done poorly, and I think that's why people don't always like it. But both my first two series had the chosen one trope, but I added a twist to them.
It's a brilliant twist too.
I kind of almost openly make fun of it a little bit in Tower Memories, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, but it's fun.
Like,
I mean, I don't like demonize it, but I do make fun of it.
Yeah. Like in Jasmine Perez, you find out that Jasmine technically wasn't the first chosen one, which made her feel like, oh my gosh, does this mean I'll fail too? Like, if I'm supposed to be the chosen one, how am I supposed to do this if the previous chosen one couldn't even do it? And then in the Chris's Light, Skylar finds out that she's in this prophecy that can save the world, but she can also be the destruction of the world at the same time.
I like those twists. And, like, the Chosen One's also very classic. You go back to, like, mythology especially, and you have constant, the Chosen One and fulfilling a prophecy and that kind of stuff, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I think Seraphina is currently questioning the judgment of who gets to do the choosing right about now, considering the last
Yeah.
two people she knows that he picked. Not great choices, dude. uh,
Yeah.
Are you guys up for another sprint?
I think so.
I could do another sprint.
Okay. Let's see. How about 30 after?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Happy writing.
See you on the other side.
Hello.
Hello.
How did your sprints go?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah? Making progress?
Oh yeah.
That's good. I made a little
switched to,
progress too.
I switched to When Morning Comes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We were talking about it, so you got the mood for it, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit. Sorry, what were you saying you were working on?
I don't want to spoil too much. Like, that's so hard for me. Like, I'm always trying to decide, okay, what can I say? So let's just say Xavier made a decision. Is it a good decision? Is it a bad decision? Is it too late of a decision? I don't know. You'll have to find out.
Yeah.
But things are definitely getting. Drama has ensued between Astoria and Xavier. Astoria is finally finding out the truth. Isabella now knows the truth. And yeah.
Quite the exciting part you're at.
Yes.
Certainly sounds like it.
Hi, so glad you could join us. What will you be working
Hi,
on?
Blue. I'm jittery because let's just say Ethan just got Seraphina red-handed, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. Maybe Ellie will figure out what I'm talking about. Maybe she won't.
Uh-oh. That's exciting.
I'm sorry, he did what?
He got her red-handed. Hint, hint.
Oh.
Yeah, that's happening right now, and Seraphina has to now figure out how she's going to navigate that situation.
Okay.
What scene are you working on, Ellie?
It's a moment in When Morning Comes when the West is introduced and the leaders of the West are introduced. They, we get to learn a little bit more about the Western Kingdom and introduce two new characters. One of which I absolutely adore her. Her name is Ipomoea, and she is just this badass woman who is just like, she walks into a room like she owns the place type of deal.
Ooh.
Total confidence, and she's fabulous.
Can't wait to meet her.
It's going to be interesting in When Morning Comes because you really get to see more of all the different kingdoms. And you sort of get a glimpse of that in Where the Heart Is, with like Clary especially, more so than in the first two books. But the world really opens up, and you get to learn about like the different cultures, some of the different stories, and a lot of the history and politics as well as to what's been going on with that. So
That'd be interesting to learn about.
yeah, it's been fun to explore, and there was a place in the in particular that sort of just popped up that I was like, oh, that's interesting, that like I wasn't really aware of, but it also has like ties to Ari's people as well, which is kind of cool.
That's always fun.
Yeah. So, do either of you want to read a short snippet without being too spoilery?
Sure.
I don't think I can.
You don't think you can?
Doing a lot of blanks if you do that, right? Blanking out names and.
I mean, I could probably read a snippet from an earlier chapter, but not the one I'm currently working on.
Earlier chapter works too.
Oh, good, because that means I have to do less fidgeting with stuff.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I could do one with this chapter as well because it's way too spoilery, and I do not want anything of Isabella's past or her parents to be revealed yet. So I don't know if I could do it for this chapter either. So,
well, I mean, there's two things going on in this chapter. One's a big spoiler for year 2, and the other thing's a big spoiler for book 5. So it's complicated. So I'm gonna flip back to a previous chapter. Actually, you know what? I know which one to pick, I think. Mild spoilers, but it's vague enough.
Okay.
No, not this one. I have all my chapters like next to me printed out, at least the ones
I
that I'm
love
done
how
with.
organized it all is. Or
It's less organized than you'd think. Okay, yeah. So this is from episode 4, at least the kind of like early bits of it, before the spoilers really hit. I had anticipated that Mom would be hesitating. It wasn't a surprise for me to see her fit and glance at Dad with that same worried look they'd been sharing all summer. If anything, I'd expected more resistance. She wasn't saying anything, choosing to stir the spoon long after the honey had dissolved into her cup of wildflower tea. Did she see telepathy on Dad? Was that what that look meant? Explain again why you have to be early, Dad commented as he pulled eggs out of the fridge. It wasn't phrased like a question, but it wasn't a demand either. It was more of a prompt to fill the quiet since Mom was not doing it herself. Mostly for orientation of the new students. Giving them a tour, answering questions, getting them settled in, student council stuff. That was technically tomorrow's agenda, but I would need to be up very early, so I was getting settled in tonight. He hummed as he started cracking eggs into the bowl. The shells went to a separate, smaller one. Are you expecting many? Dragon? No, probably not, statistically speaking. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for that student. I couldn't do anything about it now, but we were still in a mess. One I didn't want anyone else getting involved in. What happened last year would not happen again. Not if I could help it. Might not get any at all. Sure you'll be okay in that tower by yourself? Mom finally spoke up. Like I was ever truly alone in Dragon Tower. But perhaps a few days of just me, Em, and Red would be useful. Informative, even. But that wasn't going to happen. Getting a new dragon was basically a guarantee at this point. Being Red and Angelina was the one thing I was truly confident in. I'll be fine. Worst case scenario, I convince Vivian to do paperwork in the tower while I do whatever I get handed. I wasn't sure what Mom's feelings of fortune telling were, so I hadn't really brought it up. I'm honestly more surprised they wanted you on the council again, Mom commented. I shrugged at her. We talked about it before the trials. We wanted to get out of the way so we could focus. Actually true. It had felt so unimportant compared to trying to find Death's Echo for all the good it had done. But that was our choice, and I had to live with it. One more year. Perhaps the new student would show some leadership and take it off my hands. Clearly, the other 4 weren't going to do it unless forced somehow. Unless I failed spectacularly. Mom gasped and dropped her spoon, her eyes metaphorically lighting up as it clattered to the counter. Victor, we're terrible parents. Would we forget? Dad asked without turning around. It's really they both forgot something. I had no idea what Mom was talking about. The trials, Mom explained. We never asked her you did. And I'm going to end there before I fall into spoilers.
I love
cute.
their reaction so much.
Yeah.
Ellie, do you have a snippet ready?
Sure. Do you guys want the pirate one or When Morning Comes?
I'm biased to
Dealer's
When Morning
choice.
Comes.
What was that?
I said I'm biased to When Morning Comes.
Okay. Let's see. She came in like a goddess, a windstorm, hair shiny white like streams of moonlight framing her face, chin raised like she never lowered it, eyes laughing as though aware of some great joke everyone else missed, with the corner of her mouth permanently turned upward to match. Her every confident step somewhere between a prow and glide. The colorful billows of her top only added to her ethereal presence. And Sarah was mesmerized. She was not the only one. Every woman's gaze transfixed squarely on her. It reminded Sarah of Hayworth's displays of strength and surety when an ugly bruise on her eye was not the king's victory but hers. Just like then, she thought, I want to be that. Stop there.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Okay, so for my snippet, I decided to go with the chapter, a scene from the chapter when Kalista meets Roxanne's family. Did you come home to tell the family? Elena asked. Partly, Roxanne replied, but Dad hates me even being friends with Kalista. It's making me scared to tell them. You're not scared to tell them you're bi? Elena asked, just to tell them you're dating Kalista? It's always scary to tell people, especially people you've known a long time, Roxanne replied. You're afraid they'll see you or treat you differently, but I know they love me and will support me being bi, at least. Not Kalista? I've been hearing him tell people stories of Kalista, stories he's heard, not anything he witnessed. He only knows part of it. He doesn't know the reasons for her getting to the point of killing. But she has killed. Dad believes there's no reason. Never a reason, but I learned there are reasons to kill. Have you? No, but I've gotten close, and I'm willing to, if necessary, to save myself, to save somebody I love. Why did he leave the monster realm? Elena asked. He was fascinated by mortals, I mean, humans, Roxanne replied, and I guess he didn't support monsters willing to do whatever it takes to survive. I don't know. What are you doing? Roxanne and Elena turned to see Kalista eyeing the TV in curiosity and confusion. She poked the giant screen. Roxanne walked into the living room. Darling, Roxanne grabbed her hand. Don't poke the screen. It can ruin it. People started walking in from the backyard and the stairs. What is this contraption? Kalista asked. It's a TV, Mateo replied, obviously. The realm was created 500 years ago, Roxanne explained to her brother. Kalista was there and had a part in creating it, but she hadn't been in the mortal realm since, more or less. So the realm is stuck in the past, and most monsters don't know of anything modern because of it. How do you survive without TV or a phone? Mateo asked. There are ways of communication, Roxanne replied. Magical ways. Do you have to walk everywhere? Elena asked. I own a carriage, Roxanne replied. That's so cool. Mateo grabbed the remote and pressed the power button as the screen flashed on, startling Kalista, her eyes wide. Mateo hit Netflix and turned on season 2 of Shadow and Bone. Kalista watched in awe as a group of people stood on a roof watching an explosion from afar. She could hear their words and see their actions as the scene changed. What is this magic box? Kalista asked. It's not magic, Roxanne replied, laughing. It's technology. But people are trapped inside. Darling, that's not it. It's not? No. There's a profession called acting. People act out scenes and they film it and put it on TV for people like us to watch. Why? For entertainment. Sounds ridiculous. Roxanne grabbed Mateo's phone from the coffee table before them and clicked it on as the screen lit up. Kalista gasped before Roxanne clicked Spotify and turned on Battle Cry by Beth Crowley. What is that noise coming from? Kalista asked. The phone. Roxanne replied. Phone? Sure, let's go with that. We can also connect it to the TV or a speaker to make it louder, Mateo added. That feels like sorcery. Roxanne laughed. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Kalista asked. Oh, hell yeah, Roxanne replied. I finally get to teach you something new and exotic. Kalista playfully rolled her eyes. Shut up. Wait until I teach you social media. Social what? Never mind. I guess mortals have their own magic. I never thought of it, but I suppose technology's pretty cool. Sweetheart, Farrah spoke up. Did you call her darling? And I'll stop there. That's kind of when she tells his family. But yeah.
I love scenes where people who have never seen tech before have to interact with it. It's awesome.
It was definitely a fun scene to write.
Kind of reminds me how most of the dragons have no idea what a movie is, and it's just like.
I also love it with both of that moment and also with the dragons when it's like everybody else is in on it like it's a secret and you have one or two people going, I still don't understand.
Yes, that was a fun scene to write. Kalista experiencing the mortal realm, modern day mortal realm a little bit. And yeah, so that was fun to write.
Mm.
Roxanne is enjoying being able to teach Kalista something for once.
I feel like that's only fair, also, given the way Kalista was in the beginning with Roxanne as well.
Honestly, yeah.
It's all fair play.
Absolutely.
But both of your snippets were great too. I'm so excited for them both.
Yeah, it's fun to catch up with how everybody's doing during summer and stuff.
Yeah.
It's also
Are you guys
cool
up
to
for
get to
another sprint?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do another sprint.
What were you gonna ask, Ellie?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I think the other thing about getting to see them in summer break is kind of cool to get to see sort of like their family dynamics and like what life is like for them outside of the school setting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is also the only way to kind of meet Russell's mom. Because
Who is so cool.
well, the thing with that is like, okay, what kind of woman would like look at a necromancer and go, that one, I want that one. And also, like, she raised Russell and gives him like horror movie memorabilia as birthday gifts. So it's just like, what kind of person suits this? And I was like, punk, slightly funky. So that's how that happened.
That's awesome.
Okay, so for the sprint, let's do 30 after.
Okay.
Sure. See you then.
See you then. Hello.
Hey,
How did the sprints go?
pretty good. I finished my chapter.
Nice.
Yay!
Uh,
How did yours go, Ellie?
Oh, almost, well, not quite done the scene, but yeah, it's going well.
That's good. Mine's going well too. I think I'm almost done with this chapter. I hope to finish it tonight, but we'll see. And this scene has got pretty emotional. We're at the tragic part of Astoria and Xavier's story, so that's always fun.
aw.
Might need tissues with this one, Ellie.
Always look
I feel
forward
like
to
that's
the
just a given with this series of
Yeah.
yours.
Honestly, yeah. Especially since the story after this will probably be the Joan Underworld story. Just keep the tissues first, both back-to-back stories, okay?
I will be well stocked in tissues. The
I don't know how Seraphina's gonna get herself out of this one.
Ooh.
Uh,
what situation is she in right now?
the this is really difficult for me to explain without spoilers, but the the conversation she was having with Red is over, but now she now has to explain what just happened to the new guy who just walked in the middle of it. So
Ooh.
yeah, and he's not doing okay. Like he's been barely handling all of the stuff that she's told him so far. This might
Wow.
be just like the thing that tips him over the a little bit, though. I think he is not built for this.
Oh, nice.
Interesting. What scene are you working on, Ellie?
Still kind of the one I read from. The one of the Western rulers, the one woman I was describing, is doing this like official greeting thing, but the West does it very differently than Midgrim would. So they come with gifts, and she kind of starts with Aiden too, which is very unusual. The idea that she would start with the baby in her greetings and everything, but gives him this rainmaker that's essential, or a rain stick type of deal that's like made out of a hollow bone. So Froz immediately like, ooh, I don't know about this, but Aiden's delighted. And it's everything is also very much has this feeling of like being a test too, in terms of them evaluating Sarah and Fra, and Fra evaluating these leaders from the West. And she had just given Sarah this glass mosaic lantern that is the glassmakers of the West. What they do is before they can finish their apprenticeship, they have to take the broken pieces of all the projects they had worked on up until that point and turn it into this mosaic lantern. And it's this deeply valued thing, and inspired partially by one of their folklore stories called the Clumsy Glassmaker. And so it's this like great honor that they're giving her, and Sarah like can recognize that honor and everything, but everybody else, like the lords and the ladies who are there watching the exchange, are like turning up their noses, think of it as a great insult and stuff like that. So
Oh,
sorry,
boy.
that was a lot.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, sounds really interesting.
Having fun.
It's always fun to explore, like, when you have those kinds of differences in a fantasy setting.
Oh, yeah.
And what some of the consequences of those differences can be.
Yeah.
Definitely. And then like with the West especially, they have this sort of like I guess it would be considered like memento mori type of feeling. So they like honor death and everything, and it's there's a lot of like bones and stuff like that. They're associated with wolves, which are sort of seen as like the Grim Reaper of the Five Kingdoms. And so like all the other kingdoms are always so off put by the West. And in actuality, it's more like the wolf is not the person who like steals the souls of the dead. It's like the person who guides them in death and stuff like that. And so like the differences in understanding and stories and things like that really come into play. And on top of that, you have the North, who is super superstitious. And Frog kind of picked up a lot of that from his biological mother and everything. So it makes for very interesting interactions.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's always fun to do those like differences between, like kingdoms, or like in my short story collection, we got a chapter with Jeremy proposing to Isabella and their wedding. And it was fun because there's like different traditions for each monster species, and you got to see a little bit of it within the witches community. And it was really fun to go with the different ways of doing things in the way we do things, and it was really fun.
Plus, I imagine with such a diverse friend group in terms of all the different monsters Isabella and Jeremy are friends with, that you get a bit of like the traditions from the other monsters as well. Like that's really a great way to like introduce all that stuff.
Yeah.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Fantasy weddings can be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. I did Fra and Sarah's wedding right around the end of part 1, and that was a lot of fun because you get sort of just a taste of some of what is supposed to be tradition in Where the Heart Is, but you don't actually get to see it. So the idea that you finally get to see the different things that they do, the things they say, and things like that. But it's Sarah, so of course it gets turned on its head a little.
Just a little bit.
Ooh, can't wait to see their wedding though. Oh my gosh.
And one of the things I'm super excited about, that like, do you ever like write something and then you're like, this is a hint of it to something, but I don't know if other readers are gonna actually ever like go back and get it type of deal?
Yeah.
So
all the time.
There is this procession that happens in a Midgrim wedding that is supposed to be the family first comes in with these candles, because the whole idea is darkness into light for the wedding. And it's supposed to be the family, and then because it's this like royal wedding, you have by the like different estates and everything, but it goes by like who the richest estates are always get first. So it's the family into the richest estates and like the least rich estates and everything. But there's a person between like Sarah's family, right, and the estates that was like leads into this other thing, and I'm like so tickled by it, but like I don't know if anybody will get it. So yeah,
I'll keep my eyes open.
Easter eggs are everywhere. Just have to know to look.
Yeah.
And then there's the references for that's always sneaks into my writing. Even when writing like the B series, I have all these like pop culture references to our own stuff in our own world, and that's which is part of the reason why like Water's Edge is so much fun to write, because I don't have to hide them as much. So
yeah. When you're writing something that's more contemporary, you could just do whatever. It's fine.
I haven't had too many references. There is one that I liked. I wasn't sure how many people were going to get it, but I remember there was a scene, I think it was from the Queen of Monsters. Roxanne was trying to like stay focused, and she made a comment to herself. She was like, I gotta keep my head in the game, as they say in my favorite Mortal Realm movie. And do you get it, Alyssa?
I do.
You look
yeah.
But I just had to. That was my favorite movie.
Yeah.
I was like 5.
That's fair. I have too many references. They're scattered everywhere, though, so it's
I
fun.
love your references. They delight me so much. What I also love is when you reference something I don't know and I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to look this up, and I get all excited. And the same thing with Johara's books, where it's like, I know a little bit of stuff and then you throw something new at me and it's amazing. It's great. Plus the context clues you guys always throw in there always is very helpful for figuring it out.
Yeah. If I'm referencing something that I don't think is super common, because I think it's safe to assume that 95% of my readers will know who Zeus is without me having to say anything more. Like,
Right.
that's fair. But I know that's not true for every thing that I reference or every deity that I reference in Greek mythology. So if it's one that I'm relatively confident most people have never heard of before, I'll try to sneak an excuse of some kind in to give just like enough of an idea that we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I like the way you sneak in those explanations too, that it doesn't like stop the reader in their tracks to be like, here's a definition of this. It's more of the like context clues of you still get the flow, you still get the story, you learn something new, but you not at forcing the story to stop. I think
Yeah.
that's very skillful the way you do that.
I mean, and sometimes I reference things in a way that even if you don't know the reference, the situation itself still makes sense. There's
Yes.
a few of those scattered about.
Absolutely. I know there was one in the first 5 chapters that you sent me that I was like, I didn't know this. I had to look this up, and it was really cool.
Yeah, that one was fun.
And it's fun sometimes because you can learn something new from other people's writing, but sometimes when the stuff you have to research, you can learn new things in your own writing. Like,
Yes.
I learned so much that I did not know about Joan of Arc because I had to do so much research about her. And I was like, I did not know any of this. And I felt cheated because both me and my mom remember learning that Joan of Arc was pretended to be a boy to join the army and then killed when she was found out. Turns out none of that is actually true.
Yeah.
So it was just very interesting learning something new about this person that we thought we knew everything about.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Just recently, the thing I had to add to A Dance of Bow and Blade, there was, I needed like a word to go with this thing I was writing, and I'm like, okay, so this is a great time to like make a medieval reference to something. And so I wound up like for a half hour with the help of my editor researching what the hell people did in medieval times for like sleepless nights, like what they took and everything. And I finally found the one word, and I was like, yay, but it took so long to get there.
It can be like that sometimes.
Yeah. I did so much research for my Realm of Monsters series, like more than any other
I'm
series.
sure.
Like, there were times that when I was like, okay, let's do some writing, and then I just spent an hour and researched rabbit holes, and I'm like, I didn't even write anything yet, and I'm just here researching this and this and this, and I'm like,
oh yeah, when I'm really in the flow, and it's things like the pirates are on a ship, I need to know ship terms. I will put words in parentheses to just go back and be like, need better word than beam, right? Or something like that. But yeah, so I find that when I'm in the flow, I tend to like put a placeholder type of thing there to sort of give the idea of what I'm talking about, and then I'll like research later on and fill it in.
I never thought about doing that. That's an interesting way of doing that so you can still get some writing done.
I've tried that. It's never worked out for me because it bothers me if it's not. Yeah.
See, I have that issue if it's one of those things where it's like, I can't think of the word I want to say, but I know the word. And then it's sort of like, I have to look it up or I'm going to get stuck. But especially if it's something I am not familiar with, I gotta.
Yeah. Because the thing that stops me the most is when I have to look up like specific stones and crystals. Because Seraphina has to be Seraphina about these things.
I love that detail. every time she comes across, like, and it's like she zeroes in on the crystal, and you're just like, that's Seraphina for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's fun to use them for foreshadowing too. I've done that quite a bit.
Foreshadowing is always fun.
I love foreshadow. I love when you foreshadow and you don't even realize it was foreshadowing, and then you surprise yourself and you're like,
Love
oh,
that. I've done that before. That's always so amazing.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times. Most of my foreshadowing is at least semi-intentional, though, at least on some degree.
Do you find that that is sort of you as an author, or more the type of story you're writing with Seraphina?
I think a big part of that is because of Red and how she works. So,
Yeah.
like, generally speaking, I know the most recent major event in Red's timeline when I'm writing a Red scene.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine for that type of deal, you would kind of have to do a little bit more
Yeah.
planning and stuff.
Just a bit. Just a bit. Speaking of, I caused a minor problem that I need to adjust some dialogue earlier in my chapter in, but it's not going to be a big deal.
So, question.
Yeah.
Fun little question.
Yes.
What was, for you, out of the books you've written, was the hardest one for you to edit for whatever reason?
I'd have to go probably with An Impossible Dream, just because it was so freaking long and it was so big and just, I mean, 6 years covered in 800 pages. That was a lot to try to go through and edit.
Yeah. I can imagine.
For me, probably book 5, The Girl in Red, because there's a lot going on there.
What about you?
Probably I'd say The Queen of Monsters. Not only was it the biggest book I've written so far, but also I was working on it for over the course of a year while also taking breaks to work on my novellas. So when I finally went back to it, I was like, okay, I'm going to finish this book. I realized I forgot half of what I wrote. And then by the time I got to editing, it was a train wreck because, first of all, I think I found a plot hole or two. Second of all, there was a couple scenes I kind of repeated because it was a scene I knew I wanted to write, and I forgot that I already technically wrote it. So I had to delete that scene because I was like, I already have that scene. And I had to decide which one I liked better. And yeah, so that was a lot of fun. Not.
I've done that with my notes a few times because I will write what comes and then I'll put it in the manuscript where I think it'll fall. And so there are times where I will write something and stick it in the notes in my phone to add to the manuscript later. And then 2 months later, I'll be like, I should really write this scene. So I'll write it down. And then I wind up trying to figure out the best of both to combine them to be like, this was phrased nicely. I like that dialogue better.
That's what I had to do. I was like, okay, but I like this part of this scene, but this part of this scene. So how do I make them just one scene?
Yeah.
I have to step away for a sec. I will be right back, I promise.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so I usually actually don't mind the editing process. I know a lot of people hate it. Me, I don't actually mind it. I sometimes even enjoy it. But The Queen of Monsters, when I was writing it, I was like, I know I'm going to dread this. And then when I was editing it, I was correct. I did end up dreading it.
I like the editing process. I think I hate formatting more. But I hate formatting children's books more. That's probably just because I'm sure there's better ways to format children's books than what I've been doing with KDP, but it's one of those things where it's like, I've been doing it this way for years. Do I really want to try to learn a better way to do it, or do I just but in terms of editing, I think I like the process. It's more of a challenge in some cases because when I'm writing, I just sort of go with the flow. The editing process is where I really get into the, like, I've used laughed 15 times in this chapter. What are synonyms that can work in its place? And sort of the puzzle of it can be a lot of fun, but it can also be a bit frustrating to be like,
It
I know
can
what I
be.
want to say, but I can't quite get there.
It can be definitely like sometimes you're like I like this scene, but something just doesn't feel right and not
Yes.
understanding what. But then sometimes you're like, oh my gosh, I really love this scene and how I did it. And you can like be amazed by your own writing. And I love that.
Yes, that is the best. Plus,
Yes.
one of the things I think that's really great in terms of editing is like when you have awesome beta readers like you, or
And like you.
thank you, or like I call her my saint of an editor because she has to put up with me. But yeah, that part of the editing process when you can get like another person into it can kind
Yeah.
of really help. Hi again.
Hi.
Yeah, and help figure out what you can't figure out.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you can work with them to be like, I'm really struggling with how to word this, or I see that what you took from the scene was different than my intention, and you can kind of like get their feedback to
Yeah.
really spit shine elbow grease it.
One thing I love about my my writing Discord is like whenever you are stuck or something, you can go because I have a section for that for like slumps, and you can go in there and be like, "Hey, I'm struggling with this." I know Alyssa was asking for what was it, bat puns the other day, and when I
Yes.
needed help figuring out this chapter this story that I'm currently working on because like I had the idea, but I was struggling to work it without causing a plot hole from what I already told in my Realm Monster story. So Alyssa was helping me figure that out, which was really nice. It's really nice to be able to have that like community and somebody who could really like look at it with fresh eyes, you know, and be like,
Yes,
this
always.
works. And then so that helped a lot. And I was like, oh my gosh, this actually works a lot better than what I originally had. So that's always nice.
Definitely.
And one thing I love having you as a beta reader, Ellie, is that as you're reading my stories, like you'll say, "Yeah, this doesn't make sense," or "You forgot, you messed this up," like spelling or punctuation or something. But you'll also say what you're enjoying as you're reading it. So you're like not just giving the negative, you're giving the positive, which really helps with like a writer's self-esteem. Like, oh my gosh, yeah, I messed up here, but I also did this really well. And it's just really nice to have a beta reader who kind of does that.
Well, I'm glad that it works for you. I mean, it's easy with both of your writings to be like, oh my god,
I live for it. It's great.
But yeah, I think as a beta reader, your job is supposed to be to, yes, help the writers, but if you leave a writer as a beta reader feeling like they need to trash everything they've written and questioning them being a writer, which is not
You've done your job poorly.
You're not doing your job. That's not what your job is.
Yeah.
And
No.
I've, had experiences with different readers who I've been like felt like, wow, I really apparently can't write at all. That's great. And that's a sucky feeling to have as a writer.
Yeah.
It is.
So, but yeah, you guys, it's easy to be like, oh my god, I love this about your books because I do. And they're just so good.
That means so much to me.
My favorite is when I do actually manage to catch you off guard with something. It's great.
I am so excited to finish this short story collection because I so want Ellie to read it. Like I'm so excited for her to see these stories.
I'm so excited, especially because, I mean, I love all your characters, but I just like the more of Callista you can give me, the happier I am.
You're sure about that? Because it sounds like she's going to emotionally traumatize you with it.
I don't know what it says about me, but I do like dark stories.
Well, Kalista
So-
says that dark as it gets, so and you won't run out of Kalista anytime soon. You have the short story collection to look forward to as well as the prequel trilogy, and we will see if that's the end, because that may not be the end, because I apparently can't end a story.
I hope not. I hope it is not the end. But I think what works so well with both of your stories, in terms of the like darker elements of it, is the emotion. Like, I don't know, you guys write such amazing things like emotion and tension, and I can like even pinpoint specific scenes where I was like had to like put the book down and be like, okay, and start again. Like it's
That
it's
means so
great.
much.
If I'm going to inflict life-altering trauma on my main character, I want you to feel it. I want you to feel that
Oh,
things are not the same. Something
and
fundamentally has changed.
all I'm gonna say is, I don't want to give away too much, but popcorn. Like something as simple as the like discussion of the popcorn, and then I'm just like, oh my god, which is realistic and is done so well and so perfectly, and you feel that, but you're just you feel that.
It's the little things you may not always think about that triggers stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Because they all can kind of guess that, like, mentioning a certain, thing or person is not a good idea around Seraphina right now.
Yeah.
But it's the little bits of stimuli that you maybe aren't expected.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, it's funny how just one thing can, cause emotion. It's like the white roses.
I will never look at a white rose the same way again.
I know you sent me a picture of a white rose you found one time, and you were like, I saw this and all I thought was Jolista. But your writing is the same way, Ellie. You know how I feel about the end of book 1. I am still one of the saddest death scenes I've ever read. That scene still kills me. I will never forgive you. But
thank you.
I say that with love. Or I love how, like, in Impossible Dream, the scene with Elspie, I'm sure you know what scene I'm talking about, the really, really dark scene, how you managed to have a scene like that, you know exactly what happened, but you never actually say the words of what happened, but you know what's happened by everything going on, which was excellent writing. And even though that scene is heartbreaking and heart-wrenching and infuriating and made me want to punch a certain character, I also kind of love what Henry did and the metaphor of what Henry did. Like, I love Henry. He was just a little rascal.
For what it's... Okay, hold on. Never mind. Never mind.
It's so hard not to give spoilers sometimes, especially when we're doing these and we're trying to talk about our stories and stuff. And it's like today, I keep trying to explain what's going on in this current story without giving anything away because this entire story is just one huge spoiler.
Got it. Okay, so a character you really like who theoretically should not be in When Morning Comes, you're in fact going to see a bit of in When Morning Comes.
I need this book like a year ago.
Yeah, there's so much going on with it. It's the largest cast of characters I think I've ever done, and they just keep coming. There's more. And I have an entire short story I'm working on for characters that haven't even shown up in the manuscript yet. It's crazy.
Well, I can't wait.
I'm excited to see what you think.
That's how it was for the Realm of Monsters. Like, I had so many cast members, and they just kept coming, you know? like so many characters to keep track of, and then it's like the Queen of Monsters. It was the final book of the main trilogy, and it was so hard because it was like I wanted each character to have major character to have their own arc to finish off their story, with it also tying into the plots and not just be irrelevant stuff. And that was so hard. When I say the Queen of Monsters was probably the hardest book for me to write and edit, I'm not kidding. I was trying to figure out how to make each character have a significant part of the plot, and that was not easy.
But you did do it so beautifully.
Thank you.
I always enjoy when there's like these separate threads of the stories and they all sort of come together.
Yeah, that's always nice.
It's always fun to do. It's like, oh, this thing you thought that was going on you thought was just like a minor stuff. Nope, that's actually critical to solving this problem.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited for When Morning Comes. I mean, to see the characters from Bee and An Impossible Dream like together, like I've been waiting for this, and there's like there's so many things about this story. Like I already explained Ari and Elsbee's dynamic. I'm excited for more about Ari's family from what we know from Bee. And just honestly, Ari interacting with all of the Impossible Dream characters for some reason, especially with the fact that all these people, well, I won't say all because Elsbee has complicated feelings about Henry, but like so many of these characters loved Henry. And then Ari is kind of the outsider because she loved Henry, but she didn't know any of these people. So it's like Henry is what's bringing them together in a way. It is just so exciting.
Aww.
It's been really fun to sort of explore the different aspects of a character like Henry, where all these people kind of know different sides of him. Yeah. And it's kind of interesting because there's sort of a parallel with that and Clary as well. Because you've got Fra, who knew her as this mother figure. You have Leon, who knew her as a sister. You have Mulvinius, who was in love with her. You have Sarah and Elsbee, who are like friends with her. You have Hayworth, who could like relate to her on that like maternal level and everything. So it's really fun for not just the characters to come together, but to really explore them getting to kind of know those people they loved more fully in a way.
Yeah.
There's always something very insightful when different people from different parts of your life clash.
Yeah.
And meet.
Which you're exploring right now.
I mean, always. You know? But yeah, I'm just happy that this character is doing what I'd hoped he would do for the story and for certain characters' arcs and just the general dynamics of Dragon Tower as a whole. Because, well, I mean, I'm very careful about adding to the main castle if I'm gonna do it. Like, it's gonna do a bunch of different things at the same time. And not all of them are super obvious.
Definitely.
Nice.
Adds a delicious layer of complexity.
Yeah. I mean, any new way to torture Seraphina is always a win.
Definitely if you ask the other dragons, too.
I love the,
Oh, did I hit on something?
I mean, Sonika's having fun.
I love the running joke of, like, them all, like, wanting Seraphina to be the representative, and she just doesn't. And it's like, she's just so done with them, and they're all like, nah, we're good. We don't want this. You can have it.
She's just like, I give up. I'm just going to be stuck with this for the next 5 years, aren't I? Because her hope was like, oh, maybe the new guy will show some leadership, and then she meets him, and it's just like, this is not gonna work. This is somehow even worse than the other options.
See, what I also love about that is, for as much as you have Seraphina, who's like so done with her friends and everything. When you add Angelina to the mix, who's like reacting the same way to Seraphina as Seraphina reacts to the other dragons.
Seraphina has elected herself the voice of reason of Dragon Tower, so when somebody else is in the room who can perform that role, she's just like, it's not my problem anymore. I can relax a bit.
Oh yeah. You know, it's interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I love like friend groups like that.
Yes.
You were saying?
Yes. I was go off topic. So sorry.
No, you're fine.
I was
good.
gonna say that one of the things that did not occur to me when you were talking about Kalista meeting Roxanne's family was the fact that Kalista has this reputation, and that Roxanne's parents would probably know about that. Like I was like, oh my god, that did not occur to me. So I'm like really excited about that extra dimension to that as well.
It's mostly her dad, because you find out that her dad did grow up in the realm before he decided to go to the mortal realm, but her mom, on the other hand, actually grew up in the mortal realm like she did. And so her dad heard all these stories, and he's not exactly a fan of hers. And I love the idea that they have no problem with her being bi. They just don't like who she's choosing to date instead. Like, they're very supportive. Like, they love that. They don't care that she's bisexual. They just might care that she's with a potential killer, which fair, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, how fair it is. Quite the history and reputation, which she's really not done a lot to try to fix on purpose either. Like, she's kind of fed into that. Quite
honestly, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, having certain reputations can be useful when you have specific goals in mind.
Like Lucinda?
Basically, I mean, which is definitely going to be interesting when certain characters' ideas of Lucinda clash with certain realities of her. Because,
But I mean, obviously, I have the scene where the chapter where Kalista goes to the mortal realm and meets Roxanne's family. But I do plan for one where Roxanne's family actually visits her and gets to explore the monster realm, and maybe some tensions, because even though at the end of the story, like her father wants Roxanne to be happy, she's still not so sure about his daughter dating the infamous Kalista of all people. So that's not exactly going to end anytime soon. He's still unsure.
Yeah, and that's kind of fair.
It's gonna be a fun foil to kind of have it be like that type of reverse. That's gonna be so much fun to see.
Yeah.
So you're planning on doing that one like after Kalista comes to the mortal realm?
Yes, I haven't worked on that one yet. But yeah, I haven't decided if this is gonna be its own chapter, like they just show up on their own, or if it's gonna be mixed in with Roxanne's birthday chapter. Haven't decided that yet. If it's gonna be the same chapter or not.
I feel like that would make sense, though, for them to come visit her on her birthday.
Yeah.
And especially if Kalista's the one kind of organizing the birthday shindig, like, would it be Kalista invited them? Or is it like they come and Kalista didn't invite them? Because either way, that's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, I feel like Kalista would invite them just because they are her family, and she's trying to be like this good girlfriend, and she's doesn't have the best experience. Like, the most experience she had was with Joan, and it's not like she ever was able to have a relationship with Joan's family. Like, so this is all new territory for Kalista.
Even if it doesn't work out, I think it's good for her to at least try.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, I tried. I made an attempt.
You know, the thing I love about Kalista, though, is for as, rough as she can be and hard around the edges and all that kind of stuff, she really is an amazing girlfriend. Like, she can be an amazing girlfriend, and we got to see that with like Joan especially. And it's gonna be, I don't think she thinks she's as good a girlfriend as she is, but
Oh, she definitely doesn't.
she is definitely, when she cares about you, she cares about you. As a reader, my interpretation of your character.
I'm glad you interpret her that way, because I definitely want her to like be the kind of person where it's like, yeah, she does have this hard shell. Yeah, she pushes people away. She seems angry and mean and rude. And yeah, she can be. Don't get me wrong. She very much can be.
And she messes up.
Yeah, but she is so much more deep down. She has a good heart, and she truly does love with everything she has. She just doesn't like to show it because she's been through literal hell. So she just has a hard time showing it. But I also think now that like her past is out, and the fact that Caleb's actually gone for good, and so is Thana, the people like before, like she always knew the possibility of running into them again, which was terrifying. But now that they're actually gone, she has the chance to finally truly move on. And she it's not even just, we talked about how with her and Joan, she never truly got the closure, never truly got over it when she first met Roxanne. And it's like, same thing with all her trauma with Caleb and Thana. Like, she never actually healed from any of it. She kind of just stuffed it all down and didn't want to deal with it, which was not healthy. So
no, it's not. It's not healthy to do that.
So,
Sophie was trying.
Yeah. So now Caleb and Thana are gone. She, and especially in the Queen of Monsters, had a lot to do with her healing process. As you might remember, Rain was trying to help her through that and help her actually get through her trauma instead of just pushing it away, and actually getting through it so that she can move past it and move on and have a life beyond her trauma. And so now she don't get me wrong, she still has, it's like one of those things where it's never truly gonna leave you, it's something that will stay with you forever. So yeah, she'll still have her bad days, she'll still have her PTSD, but for the most part, she's moving past it. And for the first time in probably most of her life, other than some moments when she was with Marissa and Joan, she's truly happy. And it's really nice to be able to write this side of Kalista in some of these stories with Roxanne. Like, she's moving on from her trauma. She's finally in a good place, which she hasn't been in a very, very long time. And it's just very nice to see this side of Kalista that I haven't really had the chance to explore yet.
I'm also like, because Kalista, for all the trauma she has from like Caleb and Thana and even Ayana and stuff like that, I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing any of those names.
No, you're right.
She has the trauma of before with her own parents as well, and her own family. And so, like, I'm wondering how, like, does that come into play when she's with Roxanne's family? Or is that, like, something that she's kind of dealt with and healed from in terms of being with Marissa and Rain and the found family that she's made for herself?
I mean, she definitely healed a lot because she does have her own little found family. But I feel like most of the trauma she healed from had to do with her major trauma from Caleb and Thana and stuff. And I don't think, because she had so much of that trauma to deal with, she never considered, hey, my life even before I became a vampire wasn't great, So there's always that. I don't think it's as big of a deal as the whole Caleb and Thana stuff. So and I don't even think she'll realize she still because she truly thinks she's over everything that happened to her as a human. But I don't think she's even realized that she still has some issues from that, and seen a lot, because even in her own experience, she hasn't not even just her own life, she hasn't experienced a truly healthy, loving family dynamic very much. I mean, from what you learn about Marissa's family wasn't exactly great. And with Joan's family wasn't exactly great. So it's not even just her family. She hasn't truly experienced a truly healthy, loving family until probably Marissa and Elijah having a story in Ayana. But even that wasn't perfect because Ayana, So that wasn't even great. You did get to see some with Astoria having Isabella and adopting Henry. but so much, and it's going to be interesting seeing her reactions to Ryan's family and being like, man, yeah, they have some issues, they argue, whatever, but they love each other and they're actually healthy. And it might bring up some weird feelings about her own family. One thing I love writing in the novellas was writing her experience with her mother, because we know that her relationship with her dad was trash.
That was interesting.
But her mom, she has these mixed feelings about, because it's like, yeah, her mom wasn't there for her when she needed to. Her mother wasn't exactly the best mom, but at the same time, she was doing the best she could with what she had in the time period she was raised in. And everything she did because she thought it would be best for Kalista. But at the same time, she was kind of hurting Kalista in the end. And it was kind of Kalista realizing, hey, my mom wasn't perfect, but she did the best she could considering what she could offer, you know?
Yeah. I think it's complicated. You get really complicated feelings when a person who's, you recognize the trauma of somebody else like that for you, right? Like you're able to recognize, hey, this person went through quite a bit themselves in this moment. It can bring up such complicated feelings, and it's interesting to explore that in different ways.
Especially since her parents' marriage was arranged marriage anyway. She left her home, her country, to go to a different country, and that could never be easy.
Yeah. It's also interesting when you consider like how much her mother had to compromise on in terms of like her own culture and stuff like that, and yet at the same time within Kalista's relationship with Joan, the difference in the fact that Kalista is not willing to compromise, nor should she, certain things. And it's kind of interesting that it sort of acts as a foil as well.
Do you guys want to do any more sprints, or are you guys done for the night?
I think I'm basically done, so.
Yeah, I should probably call it too.
Yeah, it's pretty late over here. It's past 10.
Yeah.
Well, this was so much fun. I always love chatting with you guys.
Yes. You guys are the best.
We have to do this again soon.
Yes, we do.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.